Thank you. This is a bill relative to schools approved for a school tuition program by a school board. We all should have a side-by-side there in front of you, which shows the House version and the Senate version. And just for discussion purposes, I'm going to hand this amendment out to everybody. So it maybe helps our conversation here. I have a few extra copies right here in case anybody in the public may want to see that. Looking at that amended version, there's terminology which has been struck. In the Senate version, you have is a public school designated as the anchor school. This version right here is a public school or public academy complying with the provisions of 194.23E. That does not require additional tuition payment for the parents. The question that I've heard is that this hones us in a little bit closer to the situations which we have out there. We have these schools which are K4s, K3s, K through 8s, which don't have the receiving district levels for beyond what they offer in their own community. So they're tuition out. There's a number of districts which do this throughout the state. A large number do it. They have to do it. And there are a number of agreements and contracts which are developed between the sending district and the receiving districts for how the tuition payment all is going to be paid for. The situation I reflected on and have talked with is the situation in my district. I have two of them, Landaff and Piermont, both tuition out. One's a K through 3, one's a K through 8. And the K through 8 does tuition their kids to Thetford Academy in Vermont, to Oxbow High School, which is over in Bradford, Vermont, which is a regular public high school in the state of Vermont, St. Johnsbury Academy, which is a school much like Pinkerton Academy here in New Hampshire. They tuition out the Rivendell, which is an interstate school district between Orford, Vermont, and New Hampshire, and Fairleigh, Vermont, and also the Woodsville High School. The situation is that the district has set a cap of $19,000 is what they're going to pay for tuitioning their students, but they have students already attending these various schools. And the school at one of those receiving schools has now, which they're all approved schools, has upped their tuition beyond the cap, but students are already attending that within families, that school, and other students in those families are not there yet. They want to go and have the same transportation all. So they with the cap, they can't. And so the difference here is, well, can I as a parent pay that difference? Or can the district pay it? I think the legislation that we have in front of us allows that to occur. The issue becomes this, we're putting in public school or a public academy. Those are high schools only. And we do have some K through 3s and K through 4s which tuition out. So the reference to 194.23E, or even without even putting a reference of a statutory reference, it deals only with public high school and public academy. So if that amendment were to try to deal with this, and this is different than manifest education hardship and best interest of the student, that section of law. This is not a manifest education hardship. This is not in the best interest. This is a contracted service to provide what that child is guaranteed by our statutes to receive that adequate opportunity for an adequate education. So it's a different section of law. Now, where do we go and how do we help try to support these schools which are trying to contract with to get these kids the education they need. There was an stab in this amendment right here to do that. This would do it for grades 9 through 12. It wouldn't do it for any elementary or middle school grades. Senator Lang.
So what 194-23E, without having a copy of it in front of me, that's just high schools? Is that a provision of just high schools? I don't see anywhere in here it says that it's just high schools.
Yeah. You can look it up in the book. Right? That's an older one, but it's that part of statute hasn't changed. That section of 194, 21, 22, 23 references high schools, because it references back to high school, but it also says they must comply and, with the approval standards of what a high school is. So I think it makes sure that everybody receives that opportunity to receive all those services. If you go farther in 194, up to 194:27, I think then you start getting into some other areas, which may include the elementary.
So I guess the question is, why are we limiting it? Why wouldn't we just say that at least one option is a public school or a public academy that does not require additional, and just strike complying with the provisions of RSA, and that would allow grades K through 12?
Public school or public academy. So taking all statutory reference out?
Well, again, if you strike the words from complying all the way to the RSA, right? It just says that it would be at least one option is a public school or a public academy that does not require additional tuition payments from parents. And then we're not limiting it just to high school. We're limiting it to any school where a district may have to contract out for whatever reason a child where there's no, again, if you read the beginning portion of this bill, it says where there's no public school for a child's grade. It does in a resident district. So I'm thinking of Hill is a great example, right? So the town of Hill has an elementary school K through 5, but it stops at 5. And then they tuition out their kids to other schools for Franklin or Newfound for the.
I got that.
Yeah. So if we don't put that statutory reference, we just say that it would allow them to create multiple contracts at multiple schools, and if one happens to be more than base tuition, it would allow parents, if they wanted to choose it, to pay the difference.
See, the reason why I added the statutory language into that is that Romans 6 is within the statute section of law which deals with manifest education. So is Romans 6 referencing manifest education? Best interest is also there first, and I used to do that as a principal. When in the best interest of the student, I sometimes moved one kid from Mr. Tim's class to Mrs. Ruth's class across the hallway, where teaching styles were a little bit different, or there was not the issue that was occurring in the first classroom. That's the best interest, but a manifest education hardship is the next step, which you go into the realm of dealing with the board, and you have to have that particular criteria, which we have is something that's severe and significant, an issue of some kind. That's where this is within, and I was just wondering if we modified this here, would it be only referencing manifest best interest, or would it be referencing the contract that you have to do for a school that doesn't have those grades? Do we have it in the wrong place? Representative Myler?
Yeah, and I also have a concern about that may require parents to pay additional tuition. I mean, the issue here is you have a public school, and that kids should be able to go to school without, they're already paying for it through taxes, et cetera. So why should parents then have to pay additional? It seems to me that if a school district identifies a particular school district, then they ought to pay for that, and the parents shouldn't have to pay a portion of it. I mean, that's the concern that I have with this.
But that argument could be rebuffed in a community too by saying that we were sending our kids to that school when the tuition cap was $19,000. The school now has since upped that ante, And so when Johnny is now going to be a junior the next year, he's going to have to pay, you're going to have to pay that difference. What happens if they say, no, we're not going to pay above our cap? So does that student now have to pick another school and move to another learning environment in a high school?
Well, it would seem to me that in the contract, there'd be some kind of a grandfather for that particular individual, that particular family that's involved in that.
I think that's what the designation of the anchor school was. That's what we heard in committee was that, you know, the anchor school would prevent the parent from paying because it's the option. Yeah.
But if I may, I think the issue that Rick is talking about, though, is beyond just the anchor school. That using your example of St. John's, for example, St. John's Academy, for
St.
example,
Johnsbury.
where there'd be, you would indicate, I think, like a $5,000 difference if I wanted my child to go there rather than to.
Well, it was between $500 and $1,000 difference, no, not
Okay.
$5,000.
Okay, all right, good, okay.
Yeah.
So again, if I remember, and Chairman, if you can remind me, but again, the conversation we had was, and the reason why the Senate amended it was, A, we do think there should be a no-cost option, and that should be allowed, and that's what this, the Senate amendment does. It says, yes, you could go to a more expensive school and pay the difference, but only if it's a parental choice, and the fact that you have a public school option that costs you nothing, that the school's already contracted to. So if you want to just send your kid to school, you have a list of approved contracted schools by the school board, and you could send them there, as long as the cost was equal to or less than. But we also want the ability to, if there was a reason to move to a different school and it was a cost differential and a parent wanted to do that choice, and I'm going to use the example of, I'll go back to, again, Hill, and say that if they contracted with Franklin and Newfound, but the parent lives in Tilton and wants to go to Winnisquam instead. So the school board could form a contract, and if Winnisquam was more expensive and the parents still wanted to go there, they would just have to pay the difference because it's their choice to go there. Otherwise, they can choose the two school districts that cost them nothing. But they shouldn't be they shouldn't be obligated to pay more unless they had a no-cost option as well. Does that make sense? So that's what we tried to do in this bill, was to give that third option if a parent wanted to, that the school district could, the school district could enter into a contract with, that was, and then the parent, if they wanted to do that, would have to pay the difference.
Yeah, I understand that, but the concern that I have is that, let's say a parent wanted to send, using your example, to Winnisquam, but they can't afford to do that.
They would have two other contractual obligations, two other public school options that had no cost to them, so they've been given that choice.
But then there's a differentiation of that, of what's available. I mean, there should be some equity as it relates to options for kids, even if the parent can't afford it. For those that can't afford it but want to go to that same school that you exampled, to me, I just don't think parents should be able to go where they want to go, and the school district, the resident school district, should pay for that.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm just thinking that same thing applies to when you send your child to college. You have a whole mess of options and you pick probably the college that you can afford. I don't think you can go to the college of your choice and say, I like to go here, but I don't want to pay your tuition because I can't afford it. You pick something that fits within your finances.
Well, also, when you're talking about high school, you pick a high school which fits your family's needs. You may work, in a location where there is one of those approved schools, and you can provide that transportation to that school. And I think that, when I look at the small district that one of them I have, Landaff, that is in fact the case, where one parent works over in Profile, where Profile is over towards Franconia, and the kids go to Lisbon for a high school, and there's also a tuition program they have in place to go across the river to St. Johnsbury Academy. It depends upon which side of the mountains you live on up there, which way and which roads go where, and I think all that's built around trying to meet the needs of various regions within these communities. That's significant geographic differences like they do up there. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The towns I represent send a all except Newport send their high school students somewhere else. And it's a combination of choice in Cornish and area agreements in most of the other schools. And I think that's kind of what we're bordering here when you talk about an anchor school. I'm just cautious because there is no definition of what an anchor school is in the statute. I think I get the idea, and I think it kind of conforms with the area agreement, but that's a different kettle of fish that I don't know if you want to go into. But we've always seen high schools available in the Upper Valley. Decades ago, it was a problem because schools didn't have room anymore. Now the problem is that they're seeking students. So we need to plan for the future, not just the case that's going on right now. There may not be room available in schools. Does a school need an agreement that's going to catch everybody, or just are we okay with schools being one of many that you can choose for your high school education?
Yes, Senator.
So again, anchor school is interesting because again, that's what we put in our bill, and then we were quickly informed there's actually no definition of anchor school anywhere in our statute, so we have nothing, and that's why we took it out. That's why this amendment, the chairman and I had a conversation, we took that out rather than go create a definition that may cause a lot more problems down the road. The idea of just public schools or public academies, right? That you can transition to any public school or any public academy, right? But the school had to have at least one choice. That was a public school or district had to have at least one choice that was free to parents, right? That there would be no additional costs so that they could have in essence, an anchor school, right? A cost that doesn't cost the parent any additional monies. So it's the reason why we didn't stick with it in my conversation with the chair. And I think the chairman here also had a conversation with Representative Ladd about not keeping that phrase anchor school because it doesn't exist in statute anywhere. And so we moved to just the concept of making sure a district had one public school that would, for that grade, that would cost parents nothing. And there would be no obligation for that parent to send their child there. But we also, on the freedom of, if a parent so chose, again, using my example, because I work in Tilton, it's easier for me to, when I'm driving to school, to drop my kid off right in Tilton rather than go the other direction and go to Newfound, which is not in the direction of where I'm going to work. So I'm going to choose to go there, but it may cost me more money. That's my choice as a parent. Otherwise, my obligation is I got to take them to Newfound where there's no cost.
May I make a follow-up comment? Yes, I've seen the choice option work in Cornish because Cornish pays a cap. If you want to go with school that's cap or under, great. If you want to go over, you pay the overprice. Nobody has a problem with it. It works very well. It works for the town. Some of the towns that have area agreements, parents are jealous because they're really just stuck in one option and appreciate the freedom that it gives the students in Cornish. Thank you.
You know, in your district over there where you're talking about, Newport and all, they also had another school, which was tuition school, Sunapee. And Sunapee was, you know, I think that brings in part of the issue why we need to do something, because they were doing something very different in terms of accepting or not accepting students. Pardon me? Yeah.
So you're talking about? Okay,
Your neck of the woods, yeah.
yes. And also South Croydon.
And Croydon and Goshen and all that up there. And the anchor school was Newport. Mm-hmm. And Sunapee reserved the right to say, well, we don't have this programming, so we can't take that particular student.
Last thing. So again, I guess I'm still just struggling why we want to have that one section of a sentence in there that has comply with the provisions of, which limits it to high school, and why we wouldn't just strike that from complying all the way to the RSA that just says academy that does not require additional payment. This allows, as I read through 193.3, nothing in here talks about just high school. It's about all grades.
I agree with you that we can't have it referencing that statute because that's just a statute for high schools alone. And so that was recognized after this was put together.
Okay.
So if if something were to go forward on this, I would tend to support, academy that does not require additional, from that on, taking that language out of the reference. But then the question is, it's still Roman 6, but it's underneath change of school or assignment, school tuition program, 193.3. Is that the proper place for this?
It's where the statute is now.
Yeah,
And
and
that's
our
where we-
statutes are so messed up.
Yeah.
That's part of the problem. Senator,
Just a question, I guess. How would transportation fit into this in terms of if a child chooses a different school? Is it transportation included in that cost, or is the parent paying for that cost?
I think if you look at 194.22, I think that's a section of law which they talk about. The contract can provide for that if the distance or transportation is needed. See, that's in 194. I think of that is also taken care by, the anchor is one of which I know in the district I am, transportation is provided to all those schools, except for Thetford Academy and the St. Johnsbury Academy. For Bradford, for Woodsville, for Rivendell, it's all provided. They link up with that other district and they meet buses, kids get off, get on another bus and go to school. So, but also statutorily, we're not required by law to provide transportation for 9 through 12. We highly recommend that, and we put that in some of our finance law before.
But if we're gonna get rid of the high school option and conclude this for elementary as well, aren't we statutorily required for?
Yes, then we are. Then we are. Yes.
But again, I just remind everybody that this section of law already exists.
Yeah.
Right? We're not changing that at all. The only thing we're doing is saying we're allowing that option of a parent can choose a contracted school outside of, that costs more than the minimum amount and be able to pay that, because current law is ambiguous at best, so whether or not it allows that or not. And this clearly clarifies that they can do that if there is a cost, but they have to have that free option for any parent as well, for the people that choose not to. So again, I don't want to get into the transportation argument because that's already covered underneath that chapter,
Yeah.
that section 6 doesn't talk about transportation in any way, shape, or form. So there's that is in some other section somewhere else. The only thing we're considering is whether or not we want to allow parents the right to pick a school that may cost more and pay the difference or not.
Further discussion, Representative Ford.
Question, sir. I don't have a lot of experience in New Hampshire, but I do in others, and I'm wondering how those circumstances, which we discussed in committee one time, involving an involuntary, if you will, transfer, someone who's being abused or mistreated in one school needs to transfer to the other, and then do we have the same questions as who pays, what does it cost? I just don't understand how that's handled, and so I'm asking.
Well, in the cases of like homelessness, McKinney-Vento definitely takes care of that. Excuse me, takes care of that. And HHS, if you get into abuse and neglect, so transportation is taking care of those type of students, regardless. We've had that up where I am, where we could only find living quarters for some individuals down in Hanover, but the student was going to school in Woodsville, which is a good 45-minute ride. Transportation was provided, so the educational program wasn't disrupted and paid for, not by the parent. Yeah.
So it's obviously, I'm okay with the amendment striking, as long as we strike that one line to deal with complying all the way to the RSA. I think that, again, this allows parents some flexibility for, if they know they've got to go out of the town anyway because the town doesn't have a grade that matches their student. This just gives them more flexibility into what school they choose.
So further discussion, should we just take a moment and break by House and Senate and see where we stand? Are we talking about now just striking out exactly what the reference to the RSA and leaving designated as the anchor school in? Okay.
No, yeah, no. It's your amendment, which says, which
Okay.
changes it to public school or public academy, then striking complying with all the way to the word that. So
Okay.
complying with the
Okay.
provisions of RSA, blah, blah, blah. Strike those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Yeah, I got
six words and leaving the rest. And that amendment I could support, because again, we're keeping it to public schools, we're keeping it to all grades, and just increasing flexibility and options for New Hampshire parents.
Okay. Good to break for a second here.
We'll go steal an office out there.
Hey, we're back right now, and what we're going to do is we're going to take a break, and we're going to ask that an amendment be created based upon the Ladlang amendment, which we have in front of us, taking out the words complying with the provisions of RSA 194-24E. And we'll have that amendment back, and we will take a break, and we'll come back following the next committee conference and take action on that amendment at that time. So we're breaking right now. Thank you. Okay, we have the next committee conference coming up here, and it's HB 536. This is an act relative to the Charter Public School Joint Legislative Oversight Committee and relative to charter public school use of unused district facilities. Does everybody have a copy of the side-by-side? So we have House and Senate versions. The Senate version adds on that second part of the title. And that's the portion that we will be discussing right here today. Senator Lang and Senator Ward, the Senate version adds on use of these vacant schools for the purpose of, charter public school. Is there any objection to that particular amendment that we have here?
Yeah, I don't, no need to rehash this, but I am
and
against this
you-
amendment immensely.
Yeah.
So,
And Representative Lunoff?
Sure. I mean, I would suggest moving forward with the House position, which would be deleting the non-germane amendment.
Okay. Yes.
So, well, Senator Fenton knows this. For the House side, I'll explain why this bill was why this amendment was brought in and why we adopted this. So this originally was a bill that was submitted by Representative Hill. However, OLS forgot to draft it. So they literally put the request in, they acknowledged the request, and then they never drafted his bill. And it wasn't until January that he realized that it never got drafted. And so I got the OLS from the director showing that it was their fault that they forgot to draft it. So we added as a non-germane amendment to this bill, allow the bill to go forward. But the reason the bill was brought forward originally was because this law is a fairly new law that was put into play to allow for the transition of public school property from one public school entity to another public school entity, going from a traditional school to a charter school. In the original bill, when it was put in way back when that created this law, there was a timeline put into the bill to allow for have the school district respond and have the action taken. However, somewhere in a committee, it was decided it wasn't needed, and therefore it was amended out of the bill and just left to the language that was there. The problem is the first time the law went to go be used, and again, it was in my district, Winnisquam, Winnisquam downsized their campus and ended up having a building on a separate parcel of land that was free and available. And the charter school put in an offer, and it was completely ignored by the school board for 9 months. Not acknowledged in any way, shape, or form. No negotiations happened. Nothing happened. And so that wasn't the intent of this law. The intent wasn't that to allow school districts to ignore an offer put in by a charter school. And so this bill came forward to require that school boards act in some way, shape, or form and start negotiations, do something. They literally did not even meet with the charter school for 9 months on the offer, or offer a counter offer, or do anything. And so that's the reason why this bill was brought forward, was again, first through an OLS error, second because in the first instance of the law being used, the timelines were necessary in order to create some action. So that's why we have the amendment in front of us. I think it's reasonable. I want to remind everybody that this is a transfer of property from a public school entity to a public school entity. It's going from a traditional school to a public charter school. So this isn't about private sale to a private school. This is about a public school to a public school action.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lot to unpack there. Errors happen, in operations. So I don't think the fact that an error happened necessarily justifies the subject matter of an amendment. But I want to start with what Senator Lang just said. No, I want to be really clear. Public charter schools are public schools, but they're not public organizations. They're private organizations. They are operated under IRS code 501c3 corporations. It's a private corporation, nonprofit corporation, private, not public. It's not run charter schools. not run by publicly elected boards. They don't have any obligations back to taxpayers. They don't follow public 91A laws. They are private organizations. So let's be absolutely clear that the subject matter that this amendment does is about selling public property to a private organization. The private organization is a charter school, but it's still a private organization from a technical standpoint. So the the other point I think is worth making. Let me just go back to it here. Is that actually it's more of a question. In the case of the Winnisquam situation, how did that turn out in the end? What happened?
Ultimately, after not receiving any other bids, they ultimately ended up moving forward with the charter school. But again, it wasn't until they waited and waited and waited, and the charter school was trying to figure out what it was doing. So again, ultimately, it ended up with the charter school, and the charter school is buying it. But the point is that they were left in limbo for 9 months, and they shouldn't have been. Right? The law was clear that they have the right of getting the unused facility, but the school district took no action. And when we contacted the Attorney General's office, they said there was absolutely nothing they could do because there was no timelines in the law that would require them to take action. So they could wait 5 years and then say no, or 5 years and say yes. The law had no obligations in it for timeliness, and so that's why this came forward. Again, the Attorney General said they could do nothing because the law had no timelines built into it.
So the Winnisquam could still have. Well, if there was a timeline in place, they could still just not accept the offer from the charter school, and that would have been okay.
That would have been fine. Again, there's just an obligation to act, and there was, this is no different than you submitting a zoning permit and someone just sitting on it, right, and not acting on it, right? We put zoning permitting laws in place, and we put timelines in place on zoning permits for that very reason. Is because you don't want municipalities or public entities just sitting and not acting and not taking action. So that's what this is for.
So just in terms of a possible coming to a place that addresses that timeliness concern, if we were to go with D, including the within 60 days of receiving the offer, engage in substantial good faith negotiations for the purpose for the purchase or lease of the unused facility, and then hard stop there. That would certainly provide the timeline.
So again, the problem isn't literally one of the conversations that came up in the disposal of this property was why do we want another school that's going to compete with us in our district? So school board could knee-jerk react and say no, regardless whether the offer was a fair market price, which would be in the best interest of the taxpayers, but they could still say no.
Right.
And why would they do that? So the idea is that they entered in negotiations. If they can't come to an agreement, then you go get a fair market evaluation of the property, and which is in the best interest of the taxpayer of the district. Not in the best interest maybe of the school, but of the taxpayer, it's the best interest to get the fair market value price of a given public piece of public property and sell it for that fair market price.
Right. I think there's certainly statutes that are on the books now with respect to the sale of publicly owned land and buildings. I think it applies mostly to municipalities and not so much school districts. But at the same time, I think school districts who have made a decision to dispose of a piece of property would likely be interested in doing that. I mean, I don't think there's a lot of school districts that want to see something like that sit. So just in the case of the Winnisquam situation, it did resolve. It took, would you say, 9 months for it to resolve. The language that you've got in the first part of D brings that down to 60 days, and if they can't come to agreement, it doesn't mean negotiations stop. Things could still happen, but I don't think having something in the law that that puts it in the hands of, puts real estate transfer from a taxpayer-owned public entity to a private entity, putting that in the hands of the Commissioner of Education is anywhere close to the best interest of taxpayers.
So again, if I may, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So again, it doesn't put it in the hands of the taxpayer, hands of the commissioner. The commissioner just establishes a real estate transaction like you would do if you were selling your house to get comps. You would go get what the fair market value of a house is listed at from your realtor, would look at comps in the area. The idea behind here is that we'd have an impartial person doing an appraisal, then finding out the fair market value, and then offering that fair market value as the price of the charter school, again, which would be in the best interest of this taxpayer of the district.
Maybe, so, but not necessarily.
Well, the bill clearly states that, you know, if they aren't able to come to compromise, the commissioner engages a mediator, so it's not putting it in the hands of the commissioner. He's handing it off to mediator X over here to resolve this issue, as we do in negotiations.
Right, but this, you know, this does bind the taxpayers, though, and so if the mediator who has been selected by the commissioner comes back and says, you know what, we think fair market value for this property is $1. The taxpayers would be obligated then under this under this proposal to sell it to a private entity for $1. Mm-hmm. That's what this is saying.
And the reverse is true. They also come and say it's worth $100 million. And so it works both directions.
No, but the reverse isn't true,
Right.
because it does not compel the private organization to buy. The
Right.
the decision, this is very one-sided. The private organization can accept or reject, but the taxpayers are on the hook. So.
Representative Patton, are you trying to speak or Representative Dry? Well, flip a coin. Representative Petronell first, and then Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Lang, question for you. During the 9 months, who was responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of that building? Was it the taxpayers, the school district? Who was taking care of it?
According to our records, the taxpayers ended up paying $210,000 in maintenance and costs for that building while it was under, it could have been sold and we wouldn't have had that expense. But that's what it costs to maintain and take care of that building.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The idea of selling this property from a taxpayers to a 501c3 is already in the statute. It's not a new idea. All we're doing is putting the time limits on. And if we go a little bit further in 194, 61, that the Roman numeral 5 charter school actually has a 6 months time limit put on it, but the school does not have a time limit put on its side of it. And in Roman numeral 4, in the right of first refusal negotiations with a charter public school, it shall be the option of the offering school district whether to sell or lease the property under consideration at fair market value. I think that this just kind of equals the playing field. Do you agree, Senator Lang?
I do. Again, I think this is, you can't, the school can't force a price on a charter school and make them take it because they may not be able to afford the price, right? So that's the reason you do the fair market evaluation and decide what the price is, and then this charter school has to decide whether it can afford the mortgage or whatever the loan it's going to take to pay for that. And if it can't, then it turns down the offer and says thank you, or they enter into negotiation, say, hey, we can give it for me this, and go into negotiations. Then it's up to the school district whether it wants to do it or not, but the fair market price has been set. And so, again, I think this does equal the playing field and allows the school at the end, who has to write the check every month for the cost of the school, to make the decision on whether or not to buy it or not.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one comment under RSA 194:61, Roman numeral 4, to complete what Representative Dry was speaking about. It says the chartered publics, the offering school district, whether has the option of selling or leasing the property under consideration at fair market value or less. So selling a building for $1 would be within the statute, I believe.
again, I don't think that anything in here, stops the school district from lowering the price if they want. If they get if they go to a mediation, they get a fair market value price and they go, look, we'll give it to you for $5 million less, or $1 million less, or $100,000 less. Nothing stops a school district from doing that with a charter school. I want to remind, and while we're making all these points about 501c, whatever, remember, it's a public school transfer to a public school transfer. Public students attend that school.
Let me just chirp in real quick. Sorry, I'm going to say anything. Senator Lang and I have discussed this at length, and I didn't really want to say anything. But so my major issue with this amendment was pretty much the last sentence. It says, offering charter public school to accept or reject. It is giving that chartered school all the power in this negotiation. I'm not sure another transaction works like this. Any transaction in life works like this, where the buyer gets to decide everything. So they get to accept or reject the offer. Not that selling school gets to accept or reject the offer. That chartered public school accepts or rejects the offer.
Who held their hand up first? Representative Luna.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So, so how's this? And I agree with what Senator Fenton just said. I mean, if we wanted to include language and eliminate that last part that puts all of the control in the charter, you know, we could probably live with that. But my questions to you, Mr. Chair, in terms of the process here, the House position is the bill without the amendment. The Senate position is the bill with the amendment. The common part of both those positions are the bill is introduced and not the amendment. Is that a possibility here in terms of supporting the House position?
Well, there's always a possibility that, you know, the committee could come out and say, we support the House version, or vice versa, accede to the Senate version, maybe even accede as the, maybe amended. Yeah, there's possibilities. However,
But I guess what my question is, as you know, Representative Myler is likely to be removed from the last committee conference because of his inability to support the House position. I'm supporting the House position, and I want to make sure that I'm not going to be able to be replaced because I 100% support the House position.
I think what we're looking at in the first bill with the House would be acceding to the amendment, amending the Senate version. So.
Right, but I'm
so
saying.
we weren't supporting the House version.
No, we weren't supporting in the first bill, but
Yeah.
but the 275, the first bill is House position right now, and Representative Myler could not support even a minor change on that, so he would be removed from the committee for not being able to support the House position. I'm saying what would happen in this case where I'm 100% supportive of the House position.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about the Senate version right now.
Right.
It sounds to me like you're looking to be removed.
Well, what I'm interested in doing is asking Senator Lang whether or not there's some common ground we can come to, and I think Senator Fenton laid out that common ground could probably be the bill is introduced plus the Senate amendment right up to the last sentence and just
You're saying
eliminating
taking
that.
out the portion that deals with leasing?
I'm saying taking out the portion that says
Because that last sentence deals with lease, and that's how many
well,
of
maybe
these
I'm
are
not
done, like in Washington DC.
It's the taking out the sentence that puts the buying party in the position to accept or reject, and the selling party, which in this case is the taxpayers, don't have any control over over that. If we were to eliminate that, does that get us to a common?
I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, if I
Yes.
may,
Yeah.
it just deals with the verbiage saying for the offering chartered public school to agree to or reject. So what we're looking at is the appraised value shall determine a fair market price for the offering charter public school. Get rid of to agree to or reject. And then the last sentence again, to agree to or reject, accept or reject. So I understand what Representative Luna is saying. I think Senator Lang and I have had this conversation as well.
Would that be, an
For
accept-
me, yes.
Yeah.
Can we take a break for a couple minutes?
Let's take a break.
Yeah.
Are we doing House Senate break?
We're taking a break for the,
to think through this and I want
Yeah. Okay, okay, yeah. You want to talk?
Okay, we'd like to go ahead here and continue with the committee conference on this bill. It appears that we, on the House side, we're good with taking out the words on the fourth line from the bottom to agree or reject, and the bottom line to accept or reject, and to make amendment with those out. That's where we are. So so we will then take a vote first of to accede to the Senate version as amended by the committee here to take out those words I just mentioned. Is there,
So I already asked this question, Jen, whether we needed a piece of paper in front of us with the actual amendment number, and she said no.
No.
So if it's a simple amendment, like striking these 5 words in 2 locations, we can agree to that, we can vote on that, and the committee report will be drafted in such a way that'll reflect it.
yeah. So we'll take a vote on the House side first, separate from. So I'd like to see a raise of hands for those that are in support of the change that we just alluded to. Take out the words to agree to or reject on fourth line up, to accept or reject on the bottom line out also. All those in favor? Okay, we're good. All 3 of you are good too. So it looks like we have a completed committee conference here we're acceding to the Senate version as amended. And Jen, would you take care of getting this amendment? Thank you.
Nobody got thrown off.
That's very, very good. That, I appreciate it. That's good work. All the signing has to be done by Thursday. Thursday at 4. Yeah, and then you go over and you look at it and you sign it.
We'll get signed.
Or else you can have somebody sign for you. Yeah, speaker. Yeah. Or your boss, who that is. Anything else on it? Thank you very much, everybody. We're done. Thank you. Okay, we are back in HB 275, an act relative to schools approved for our school tuition program by a school board. The committee conference is now open again, and we are prepared to move forward here with our recommendation. And the recommendation is to concur with the Senate version as amended, and, or no, we're going to concur with the amendment.
So the amendment, Mr. Chair, if I may, the
Yeah.
amendment is, if you're looking at the bill, on line 15, we're going to strike the words complying with the provisions of RSA 194:23-E, or whatever that is.
Yeah.
We're going to strike those words out and leave the rest of the bill as is. That would be the proposed amendment.
Okay, and we did have an amendment on the table in front of us, which was 2192H.
I'm sorry. Yep.
Yeah, and if we look at line 15, we're taking everything between the words applying and the RSA reference numbers out. So it'll read, is a public school or a public academy that does not require. Okay, so from the House side, all those in favor of language that I just read, say aye. Aye.
Senate side?
So we have concurrence now on the amending language. So we are amending the acceding to the Senate version with this amending language. Thank you very much. We're done.
Thank you very much. This is the Committee of Conference on House Bill 610, and I thank you all for being here. This was originally a bill passed by the House in order to prevent discrimination against different types of providers for the therapeutic cannabis program. When it was initially written, I believe there was the understanding that if you included physicians, advanced practice nurses, and physicians assistants, you covered all of the providers in the state that are able to prescribe controlled substances in the state. Unfortunately, we have 4 different professions: podiatrists, dentists, naturopaths, and optometrists who are not included in those statutes but do prescribe controlled drugs. The original bill in Section 1 would allow anybody in the state who is allowed to prescribe drugs to humans and is approved through the DEA prescribing process in order to write the certification for cannabis. The reason this is important, we have 89 patients with glaucoma on the program. Glaucoma with elevated intraocular pressure, that leads to losing your vision, and cannabis is something that does address that. Not one of those patients was certified by their optometrist. They had to go to another provider because the optometrists were not allowed. In Section 2, there's another issue as well. There's generally the idea that all kids see a pediatrician, but we have a shortage of pediatricians. We have some kids who are going to family practice providers who specialize in pediatrics, but they're not pediatricians. There are also some kids that are so medically complex that their pediatric doctor is a pediatric oncologist because, frankly, they're trying to see their next birthday. The idea of requiring a pediatrician when they're seeing another specialist who already specializes in pediatrics doesn't really make much sense in the practice. And because this is one of the areas where in our rules and in our laws it says pediatrician, but it's one of those areas where we need to try and address this. This bill then also had in the Senate had 2 bail reform bills added onto it. One which is similar to what's being seen in criminal justice, and that's Section 3. And then Section 4 was an appropriation that was not seen in criminal justice, had been put into the budget, but was in talks to be in the budget. I don't know that entire process on the budget for the $1 million appropriation for electronic bail. But right now it's all on paper. So if you're arrested in one part of the state, nobody knows unless they know to call Chichester because you were arrested there. So it's trying to address one of those flaws in the program. Then finally, Sections 5 and 6 came from a different Senate Bill 180. The first section basically codifies what's already happening with having the oversight boards look at the labeling and educational materials. It's good to be able to codify that. The other is addressing the hemp-derived products. These come out of the 2018 Farm Bill, where hemp products under a certain concentration of THC, Delta-9, were made legal because we need hemp as an industrial product. That's what brought CBD. Those 2 sections, 5 and 6, were also attached on House Bill 611. That bill is coming to a committee of conference Wednesday morning, and I think that is a more comprehensive look at all of cannabis and looking at a council for cannabis legalization. So I believe that it would be a lot more appropriate to deal with sections 5 and 6 in the committee of conference for 611. And so I would argue that we look to just strike that today so that we can deal with that in the more appropriate vehicle for Senate Bill for sections 5 and 6. I guess my first question would be if there's any concerns that people have with the first 2 sections on the therapeutic cannabis program to prevent that provider discrimination and to allow kids to be certified by the pediatric specialists that they normally see. So.
I note that language is similar in the House and the Senate versions.
Thank you. Yes. Representative Weber said the language is similar. It's actually the exact same language in the House and Senate. It passed our committee 20-0 and it passed on consent. So that section should not be, I don't see any objections to that part. So that's good to see. Would there be any objections to moving sections 5 and 6 to House Bill 611 and therefore striking what we're doing today, striking those from today? Senator Brown?
I object to that.
And
That attached it, so.
Okay.
first of all, former Representative Knirk contacted me over the weekend. There is a RSA change that should be made. Apparently,
Oh, yes.
he testified to that in front of the Senate, but inadvertently it didn't happen. It should be in section 2, RSA 126X4, not 5.
That's correct. And if worst came to worst, that could be made as an unrolled bill amendment, because it's just correcting the reference, but if we could get it in there now, that would be better.
Yes, I think that'd be a good idea to correct now if we're able to come to an agreement. So thank you for that, Senator. So now we have the two sections on the bail reform. We have section 3, and that is an area where we have Chairman Roy of the Criminal Justice Committee who has been dealing with bail reform. And I'm not sure if you could give us a little bit more about the House position on the bail reform on section 3, that would be very helpful.
So as far as the House position regarding Section 3, which is the, hold on a second, that's the portion regarding people held for certain offenses. The House, the committee retained all the bail bills from the House and the Senate this year to come up with a comprehensive bill that addressed all the issues. And there are many. And the first issue that was important actually addresses Section 4, which would be the $1 million appropriation, because all the other ones are somewhat nugatory because of the fact that even if someone's held for a felony, a violent felony, to see the judge on Monday, that person could still be out on bail from another jurisdiction, and that judge would not know. There's no system in this state currently for judges or for police officers or for bail commissioners to know who is on bail until the paperwork from the first arrest gets back to the court. So we realized, and that's, I discovered that by starting to look into all these bail bills to get to the bottom of what the real problem is. Based on the makeup of the House, everything we do out of necessity and deference to the message we got from our voters is work together in a bipartisan fashion to come up with a solution. And that's where we are and why we decided to retain them all and work on them together, both sides of the aisle, over the summer to come up with a piece of legislation that would be taken up first thing in the fall that would address all these issues. So that's where we're at.
Thank you. Are there any other comments?
I think only that I would say that I realize that one of the bail provisions may be simpler than the other, but what I have heard from people I've been speaking to is that they very much want to keep everything as a package so that it's all on the table. One very cohesive package can be brought out. And it certainly sounded to me like there was a very firm commitment to spend the time that was needed. And here's my thinking on that. It's something that really requires the input of the stakeholders, of which there are many, many with very differing points of view. So I would like to see it all worked on in public in a proper work session, subcommittee session, so that it can be brought out as a package.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This issue has been worked on for a number of years now. I can sit here and I can tell you that when this issue was brought through the Senate, there was a lot of misrepresentation about what this program was going to look at. And within months, and I don't mean 5 or 6 months, I mean within 2 to 3 months, we started hearing back from the stakeholders, the people that are directly affected by this, our law enforcement especially, about the failure of this program. And we have tried over and over and over again to reach a solution. And every time there's always another problem, another problem, another problem. We have tried. This bail reform that's here came out of the Senate, I think it was 21 to 3. bipartisan, because as the representative said, we've heard from the people to work in a bipartisan fashion, and we have. I don't know what else you can do here. Just today in Manchester, someone else went and robbed a store, used a box cutter, was arrested, found out this was a person that was out on bail. And Senator Bradley can speak to an issue that happened today in Nashua. Same thing, someone is out on bail committing another crime. How many times does this have to happen before this legislative body is going to say, we've had enough, we're going to do something about it? Because that's what we're hearing from our constituents. We're hearing from not only our constituents, but we're hearing from law enforcement. We are hearing from mayors of cities, and Senator Susie can speak to that, because the mayor of Manchester came into our committee to testify in support of this legislation. They need our help, and they need our help, and they needed our help 2 years ago. But quite frankly, we couldn't get out of our own way, because everyone wants to have something to say and put their fingers on it or do something. And in the meantime, crime is flourishing out in our communities, and our constituents are asking for our help. Now we have an opportunity to do something. This is very clear about exactly what is supposed to be happening. Representative, we took the language that you wanted concerning the $1 million to do this electronic system, so that there's better communication. What else do we need to do here? How many times do we have to keep coming to the House to say, look, we need to fix this, and not keep running into a wall where people say, we don't want to touch this, we don't want this to move, we want to leave this in place, but in the meantime, the police are complaining and our constituents are complaining. What else needs to happen? We've looked at this. This is the third biennium. What else? What else do we need to do? And let's see if we can resolve it here and now, so that by the time we're finished at the end of June, our constituents are going to know that their safety is being respected and we've done something about it. Thank you.
Chairman,
Sure. What else do we need to do? Let's start with, okay, so let's take what's in here right now. If you commit A, B, or C, you're held over for the judge. Does it mandate the judge? Does it change the standards that were put in by bail reform as far as what the judge does? Because if it doesn't, all you're doing is holding them for 3 more days. The judge is still going to follow the existing mandate in the bail reform, which is the preference that they be released on personal recognizance.
Okay, thank you, Representative. I would look as amended by the Senate,
Yeah.
page 2, except as provided under 597C, C, 1C, a person who is charged with homicide. And it tells the judge, these are the people that are not going to get bail reform. We're not talking about someone who gets arrested for shoplifting or something like that. Those are the ones that we've said, okay, it's a nonviolent crime. These are violent crimes where people are being put back out on the street. It's a revolving door. We need to stop the revolving door. So this, I think, gives a lot of leeway to the judges about who's coming out. Believe me, if someone who's committed an aggravated felonious sexual assault should under no circumstance get bail. None. And if they do get bail, shouldn't they be answerable to somebody for that?
Absolutely.
So this is what we're looking at. These are violent offenses, not nonviolent offenses, which I think should be the clear line when it comes to bail reform. As I said, we're not talking about shoplifting or some of these other small little petty crimes. I agree, they should not be held. Because for some folks, it makes a difference whether or not they're going to lose their job, or they're going to, they don't have enough money to pay for their rent or food or their family or pay for their automobile so they can go to work. We're talking about people that are committing violent crimes. violent crimes. That's what we're asking of the House. Can you recognize that these are violent crimes that are committed against our fellow citizens in the state of New Hampshire, that they should not get bail? None.
I would agree with several caveats. First of all, it's incumbent upon us to recognize that under our system of justice, everyone is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. So they're accused of violent crimes.
Correct.
As part of that, deciding whether or not they should be allowed bail or not should be a weight of their criminal record, of their propensity for showing up to court when they're supposed to, where they're from, are they from out of state? They're probably not going to come back. There's a lot of things that go into that, and I feel without giving it more consideration and getting into the details of things and just bringing up, throwing out a blanket, these people are going to be held. I just don't know that it's going to solve our issue, and we'll be back here again next year and say, well, they're still getting out because the judge says let them go.
Mm-hmm. Well, Representative, I'd like to put out that they have to go in front of a judge.
Yes.
Okay, it's not a bail commissioner, it's a judge. And if I remember correctly, last we did have provisions in there concerning someone who's been out on bail and who has broken the law again, that there were going to be provisions for them to be held. But unfortunately, it died. The House did not agree. So we tried. So what else do you want? What else do you want in here that's not here, that has not been tried before? This is stripped down completely.
Thank you. Part of it too is it needs to not just be what we here can agree to. It needs to be something that can be agreed to by the House as a whole as well. And I don't know if there's other viewpoints as well that you'd like to add to the discussion on the bail reform.
I don't think so. I think Representative Roy has said pretty much all of it. I will remind people that as much as this goes to judges instead of bail commissioners, which is better, the accusations of major crimes and incorrect accusations tends to fall more on certain groups of our citizenry than others. And that's always a concern, and I know it's been a concern of the House throughout this process. But I just would feel more comfortable going with the other way of dealing with this. The committee retained the Senate bill in question for a reason, and I think that is the House position, and I think that we should defend it. I think that we would have significant problems getting these provisions through the House as a committee of conference recommendation. And again, we have to have a significant concurrence on that to get it to happen.
Thank you for bringing some of the viewpoints that we do have in the House. You have more to add?
I was just going to say that as to the last two provisions, 5 and 6, which do not have to do with bail, whether it goes on 611 or this bill, I'm neutral. I believe they're the same provisions. So if that's helpful to have them here rather than somewhere else, that's not going to be a problem. But it's the bail issues that are. And the discussions I've had with people are basically that the bail provisions are really a sticking point for the people I've spoken to in the House.
Thank you. We actually did have quite a few challenges even getting to a committee of conference on this bill regarding the bail reform language, most particularly in Section 3. So heading back to the House with the language that passed the Senate would be an exercise in futility at best. I have a question around the section 4. I know that we've had, many high-profile cases hit far too close to many of us. I don't know to what impact we've had people who are out on bail in one jurisdiction and not recognized in another jurisdiction and therefore released and going on for other crimes. Do we have any information as to how this would increase public safety to have that appropriation? If we were able to have that, I don't see, actually, I guess my first question is, I don't see the side of this part of the negotiations agreeing to continue with section 3 in the bill. My question, I guess, for the Senate would be if there's any path forward to this bill without section 3 or not.
Could I have a
Caucus?
with the
Yes.
House conferees, please?
Yes, love a caucus. Thank you very much, and thank you for giving us the time for that caucus. Section 3 is a complete sticking point for the House. It's not going to pass. It is written. If I'd like to know whether or not the Senate would be amenable to discussing Section 4 and the rest of the bill without Section 3. If that's the case, we'd like to be able to then come back and recess and come to another day in order to better discuss Section 4 and making sure that the legislators, the people, and most importantly, all the departments involved in this have the information and data so that they know who actually is out on bail, so that they're not flying blind on a paper-based system. But in order to do that, we'd need to know whether or not Section 3 is a must-have for the Senate. So I'd like to find out if Section 3 is a sticking point and it's either Section 3 or nothing, or if there's room for negotiation.
Not likely. So let me just say a couple of things about Section 4, because it was in HB 2, and we pulled it out to put in this bill to try and create something a little bit more comprehensive. It really needs an appropriation of $750,000 for the Department of Safety and almost $1 million for the court system to implement that. That's the testimony we got. I have an amendment prepared to do that if we choose to go forward. I think the problem that we're having, and it's a long-term problem, those of us that supported in 2018 the bill were promised by the advocates for the bill that violent criminals were not going to be let out. Well, that's wrong. That is patently wrong, and everybody in this room knows it's wrong. So the Senate has passed in 3 separate years, bills, 2 of which have been mine, in 21 and 22, and then Senator Soucy's in 23. And quite frankly, you guys haven't even tried to pass it. So we're frustrated. We thought we were getting to some progress last year, but unfortunately in the Committee of Conference, we linked the 3 strikes or no-shows, 3-strike no-shows, to what is a very surgical approach in Senator Soucy's bill. And we thought we had an agreement, and then turned out that the sponsor of that didn't have the right language, and it was after the deadline for Committee of Conference. So, the rest is history. Couldn't go forward. It undermined the entire bill. So, we sit here, we know it's a problem. We really know it's a problem. We have example after example. I mean, Senator Carson talked about one, I have one, just in the last couple of days. I think we would all agree that we need to do everything possible to protect people in their homes, on our streets, from violent crime. And we're not doing it, quite frankly. And we've seen the failure, despite the promises of the legislation that was enacted in 2018, which regrettably, I have to say, I voted for because I was promised something that hasn't happened. That's why we're frustrated. That's why, as far as I'm concerned, no is the answer. No negotiations unless Section 3 is in it. So here's what I'd suggest. You have the Senate leadership sitting here, okay? I'd suggest you go back and talk with your leadership, both on the Republican side and the Democratic side, before you say categorically, which is apparently your excuse for not even willing to talk about Section 3, that it can't get through the House. I would recommend you do that, and we come back in a couple of days.
May I?
Yeah. Yes.
First of all, it's not an excuse for any of them. I suggest you look at the vote record in the House and you'll understand why we say it won't pass the House. If it was Representative Roy here today, I'd probably agree with that. I might want a couple of the things in it, but it's not. And I don't see the point of replacing the Democrat members and passing it just to see the thing go down in flames in the House. it's exercising futility. So I'd love to pass something, but we have to pass something that will pass the whole body. So, but I'm happy to go back and see what we can do.
Well, and thank you for that. Actually, you bring up some really good points that are part of why I'm reluctant to move forward on this today. We know that when bail reform first came through, we were trying to address a problem, and we thought that that legislation was going to address it. There were promises made that certain things would happen, but then the legislation didn't follow through on that. I personally believe that we need to have the House Criminal Justice Committee come out with a recommendation on what to do, or else we're in the possible situation of seeing another unintended consequence by putting something through that we don't know all the pieces on the board. Between the fact that we know that the existing language does not have the votes, and the fact that we've already committed by retaining every single bill on this topic in order to bring forward a comprehensive plan to address this and make sure that while we're making sure that violent criminals are off of the streets, we're also not accidentally sweeping up other people who have been accused of a crime, but that accusation is false or malicious. It's a delicate balance. It's an absolutely critical one. I don't like seeing any of these people released immediately and then going on to commit one or two more crimes in the same day. But we also need to be careful that we don't, in reaction, cause other problems either. And I do know that basically the mandate of the House is that Section 3 won't pass. So if that is the case, Representative Weber?
I would just add that although the vote in the House to request a committee of conference was 194 to 175, that sounds overwhelmingly positive, but the discussions that I have had with people are their desire to keep the original 610 alive. And for many House members, they were very disappointed that a completely unrelated bill from an unrelated committee was attached to a simple, uncomplicated, and very beneficial bill. And there was a lot of soul searching before on the part of the people who voted against a committee of conference, but that was to keep the cannabis provisions alive. And I think that the vote would not be that close if it was something else. And Section 3 specifically was a no-go. So I don't want to waste people's time if Section 3 is if Section 3 is what's needed. I'm more than willing to give this more time, but I don't think you're going to get a different result.
I just wanted to say something because I haven't up to this point, but Section 3 was the language from my bill, Senate Bill 252, and as the Senate President said on numerous occasions, this language, similar language, has been considered in the Senate. Couple thoughts. Number one is, as we talk about this section, yes, bail reform talks about the individual that's been accused, innocent, obviously, until proven guilty. But none of this discussion ever seems to recognize that we've delineated certain crimes because these are victims and there are people on the other side. And although we don't have a significant tracking mechanism, which I hope we can get to, I think we can all agree to that in Section 4, in the meantime, people who have been victimized are then re-victimized because of a process that we have not had the wherewithal to fix. And that is my frustration here. Now, the fact that this discussion is Section 3 all or nothing is probably even more infuriating. If you're willing to have a conversation about the crimes that are delineated and say, the problem I have is with, the first one listed or the last one listed, I'm very happy to entertain those conversations, but these were specifically selected because of the impact on victims. And the fact that somebody who's accused of aggravated felonious sexual assault can walk out of a police station on PR bail before a detective has even had the ability to complete a report to get it to the bail commissioner, that's on us. And that's not not the right circumstance. Now, this bill doesn't purport to fix all of the problems. I compliment Chairman Roy on looking at many of the others. Maybe it's the bail commissioners, maybe it's the magistrates. I personally happen to think we need to go to a magistrate system. But in the meantime, people are being victimized. And I just can't, in good conscience, say, oh, well. And it's the reason that I've been here advocating for this provision of the bill. So as I said, I'm willing to entertain a discussion about pieces of it, but to just say the whole thing is gone, I'm just not ready to go there yet.
Representative Wari?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Senator. You bring up a good point. I think that to the Senate President's point and to your point, we should take the time, go back, speak to our respective leadership. I'm willing to look at this and see if there's something that we can do with Section 3 that would possibly pass the body of the House, give it a shot. As it stands, as it's written, it won't, but we could massage it, look at it, and see if there's something we can do as a stopgap to until we can deal with the comprehensive reform. I'm totally open to doing that. So.
I think what probably makes the most sense now would be to recess until tomorrow afternoon, or when would be the best time for people to recess until?
This is
Although,
going to get complicated.
then it would have to be after 3:45 because of the 24-hour notice. So,
Does it have to be 24-hour notice if we're recessing from a time certain to another time certain?
that I don't know. What's that? 12 hours. Okay. A break? So can we have a break and then reconvene some point tomorrow? Or how would that work? I don't know the technicalities on this.
I think you can recess to a time certain,
Yes.
Okay.
because in a committee or conference, sometimes you recess for an hour.
Recess for an hour or 2 hours.
Yeah, so I don't think that's a
certainly am
problem.
available later today if that's helpful, but I don't know what anybody else's schedule is like. I'm also free on the 20th, but I want to make it clear that negotiating the various provisions of that in this forum rather than in a forum which would be a proper work session is very problematical for many of us in the House.
I would ask that you just throw it, make sure we fit it. I thought I read something that said we want recess.
So I just had advice given that House rules now say that any recess needs to wait 12 hours because of the time of day that we have. I would not.
Wait 12 hours.
In other words, you can't recess to go take a break in caucus. If you do that, you can't come back for 12 hours.
Correct. But because we won't be coming back before 3:45 a.m., we would be safe to recess to tomorrow. Would, I guess, time frame wise, we'd need to see what would work for that.
I'm free all day tomorrow. I personally prefer to do it in the morning, but.
Okay.
Yeah. You guys available in the morning?
No,
I'm good anytime.
yeah, 1 o'clock?
No, I'm not available by 3:30. Either morning.
Oh, that's right.
Has to be after 2.
I can do 3:30 if that's helpful.
I can't do 3:30. I can do as long as I'm out of here before 4 with the time frame. So earlier in the day would be better for me, or Wednesday we could do that earlier in the day as well.
Well, why don't we look at Wednesday?
We have a other committee of conference at 11, so.
Yes.
And I know that Representative Palmer isn't available Wednesday at all.
Tomorrow is booked.
Okay. Okay. So it looks like tomorrow is booked solid. Wednesday,
Like really
9 o'clock. I believe I could make 9 o'clock
We're
work.
talking Wednesday.
9 o'clock Wednesday. Yes. Okay. So that gives us.
Say goodbye.
Okay.
We'll replace it.
Okay. Okay.
on the other side of the state.
hard no for.
Okay. So we will sadly need to replace you, but better than to pull you away from work when you're needed.
May I ask one question?
Yes, put your
Or
microphone
this is
on.
general. As I was looking through the testimony on SB 252, there was a lot of different people had contributed, and there was some question in my mind after I read it whether this language actually would solve the problem. And so, if I were coming back, I would, if there's more evidence, I like evidence. If there's more evidence that this really would solve the problem rather than something a little more comprehensive. I know you've made very strong case for this particular section, but there was some testimony that questioned whether this would actually solve the problem that we're talking about keeping violent people off the street. So if there's any more information available.
So I'd just, in response to that, say that for the last 3 years, I think this language has been refined to take the most surgical approach to the most egregious violent crimes. And understanding the dual forces, if you will, of folks like myself who support it, but then, opponents of it, the surgical approach focusing on the most violent crime seems to be something that we ought to be able to unify around. So that's why the language is the way it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'll make sure that the amendment on the bail tracker financing is distributed.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And with that, we'll recess until 9 a.m. on Wednesday. Thank you all.